Hello, my friends. I am already in. Hopefully this doesn't get dodged. Sound back on. So, I recently bought a new headset. The microphone on that headset was real bad, as a lot of people pointed out, and as my friend wouldn't want me to ever forget. So, I refunded that headset, and I instead simply just bought new pillows for this one. Because one of the big reasons why I wanted a new headset was, one, for it to be wireless, because this is not wireless, which can be annoying, but it's not the worst. It's whatever. So if I was going to get a new headset, it was going to be wireless, and the pillows were obviously super worn and just pretty disgusting to wear when the heat came around. But yeah, so I bought new pillows for my headset with some cooling gel in them, so they should be a bit more cool, which is nice. But I sound very different. They aren't as soundproof as the other ones were, because these ones didn't actually belong to this headset. They were recommended by a friend who has the same headset, but they fit the headset just fine, but they aren't as soundproof. So I gotta get used to how I sound now. It sounds different for me.
The mana.
Alright, let's see how today shapes up. Yesterday was kind of a disaster in terms of win and loss rate. So, realistically, I've got nothing to lose. I'm just gonna focus on having fun while obviously trying to also win. It's been raining a decent amount today, which I like. I like rain. The big question here is, though, who am I against? What am I dealing with? I would imagine it's... I mean, it's gonna be either Hercules or Shiva, right? But I kind of, in a weird way, I hope that it's Hercules. At least I know how to deal with Hercules. I don't know what the fuck Shiva does. Shiva is still one of the weird gods that I just haven't met enough. Okay. Not sure why he did that.
Minions have
I hit the wrong minion.
enemies spotted.
Retreat left lane! Retreat left lane!
Enemy missing.
Okay, well, I'm guessing this will be a learning experience for me then. I do not know how Shiva really works all that well. I know what he does. It's the intricacies that I don't know of.
Retreat! If you can't stand the heat, get out of my kitchen!
Damn.
Your left
Once
tower
again,
is under
mana
attack.
problems. If I had mana, he would have been dead. That knockup would have led into a... well, my 1. Or my 3, I should say.
Ward here.
You think you gonna just blast away like that? Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is
Retreat
under
right
attack.
lane. Retreat right lane. Right lane.
Follow me. Help left lane. Help left lane. Take left lane. Take left lane.
On
A
my
little
way.
warning would be nice.
On my way.
Attack left lane. Attack left lane. Wow. He must have choken on the meat. Follow me. Follow me.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Yes.
I just got to farm.
Out of mana. Ultimate is ready.
Unfortunate.
Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle lane.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing left.
Retreat right lane.
Falling back. Goodbye. Your right tower is under attack.
Umbrellas don't cover
I shouldn't have bought the rank 1 hastened. I just wanted to buy something off my first pack, but it didn't really pay off.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
An ally has been slain. Mamma mia, not again! Spin middle lane!
I'll see if I can grab everything here for him killing Shiva.
Let's see if this fits me.
Do you take Vitalis and mana? I do, yeah.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Be careful.
On my way.
Does he get like an absorb? Where does that come from? Is that the dash?
While I'm gone.
Wow! He must have choken on the meat. I'm the snap. Left leg. Double kill. Be careful.
Desperate ult.
That's too bad. Enemy missing. Behind the shed.
Well, more like an ult to try and get something.
Sorry.
But yeah.
I'm the greatest.
You are just the best. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane.
Enemy spotted.
Bye. Wow! Compliment to the shed. Sorry. An enemy has been slain.
My team's playing well. I'm not really doing much here. It's a pretty classic solo situation.
Enemy missing right.
Is under attack.
Retreat.
No problem.
On my way.
The thing is, Vamana is just kind of awkward at the moment. He feels bad if he doesn't have either Frostbound or Hasten. You could build him in a full ability-based situation, but it just kind of makes his ult purely a defensive option. It's a bit weird. Vamana just doesn't work very well in the current meta with the current items. He's definitely one of the weakest warriors in the game as a result, unfortunately.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little soft did hurt some. Coming through. Sorry. An enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. Save yourself.
A little warning would be nice.
There's so much anti-heal. Yeah, but his ult isn't really much of an anti-healing thing anymore.
Your middle tower is under
Now it's just more like, it's just bad. The problem is, Vamana is purely stuck into having to auto-attack you while he's in his ultimate state. Like, what else is he gonna do? If you get out of range, his ult is now no longer a problem for you to deal with. Like, it's very weird. He's not a, like, straight-up shit character, but Vamana is very, very awkward to make, like, useful. He is.
help, help, help.
On my way.
Take right leg.
On someone your own
On my
side.
way.
Ultimate is ready.
Attack. On my way.
Reattach your spaghetti.
Nice job.
Gate left leg. Gate left leg. Gate left leg.
I don't think I need to be there.
Sardi and Joe.
Attack the Golden Fury!
Enemies in right lane. We got this.
Turning to
Enemy ultimate down.
Renum. Bad fight to take. If I had mana, he was just dead. That's stupid. I wanted to try anyway. Might lose my blue for that too. I actually probably had to back. Hey Jack, what's up man? And Neo. And Hunson. Good to see you guys. It's because it didn't win crit. Do you actually want me to go crit this game? Because I won't. For a second I was thinking about it. But nah, that's a bad idea. If I have to go damage, it's not gonna be crit. And I have to start my build different if I want to do crit. Oh, Nika play Vimano? Yeah, I might check it out. See if it is a build I like. I'm definitely curious, because I still feel like I haven't found a, like, prime Vimana build, you know? It's definitely weird. I feel like I found a good build, but I haven't found the build. I'll stay in the ring.
Compliments to Jack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Coming through. Your structure is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right.
Cover me while I'm gone.
Loki's probably around. Let's ring blue spawn soon. Instead of just wasting my ult, I'm just gonna go back.
Umbrellas don't cover everything.
Wow, you must have choking on the meatball. Attack right tower.
Enemy missing right.
Gang, gang. Buon appetito. Attack left.
You are just the best!
Frostbound. Okay. Frostbound Herc support. He just went solo lane in duo lane. From what I can tell. Pretty much.
Awesome. Your team has destroyed a left enemy missing. Mamma mia, not again.
Also, they have Oleron, which is one of the big reasons why I even picked Vimana in the first place. I have one job in late game team fights.
Enemy missing right.
And you know exactly what it is. I'm saving my ult for Oleron.
An enemy has been slain. Your left
And this man won't stand a chance.
enemy ultimate down. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies incoming.
He's got regrowth, he's too fast. I don't know why Poseidon didn't chase though. I guess he just wanted to defend mid instead. Not necessarily a bad call.
On my way.
I'll defend. Gang.
On my way.
The enemy.
I would be mad. I'd be really fucking mad if that happened to me.
Attack the fire.
It's like, what the fuck is this baby doing in my blue buff in my sight, my own tier 2 tower? I'd be pissed. It would be me from yesterday.
On my way.
Let us fight under my shade.
Retreat. Cancel that. Attack. No. Cancel that. Okay. You think you gonna just pass down? Your right tower is under attack.
On my
Two
way.
meatballs is better than one. Wow. Choking on the meat.
He heals a lot.
An enemy has been slain. Attack! Left lane! Your left tower has been destroyed. Your structure is under attack. You threw the pizza fire hit! Attack!
Enemies
Fire giant.
incoming middle.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Enemies in left lane. Attack! Fire giant!
A little warning would be nice.
Gang!
It's poor. He heals so much of that. That poor Hercules.
Enemy
Attack
spot.
right tower. An ally has been slain.
Monkeys in a barrel.
Your left tower. The fresh meat has been tenderized. Enemies in left lane.
I'll defend left lane.
Perfect. Your left tower has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Take middle lane. Your left phoenix is under attack. On my way. Your middle tower. Double kill. Awesome. You rock. You rock. Now that was al dente.
Where'd he go?
Don't worry, I got it.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, that blink, bro. That blink. He actually just caught my one with that blink.
Don't you eat that yellow snow. Save yourself. You hit him with that secret sauce. Save yourself.
He ulted me? I'm getting out of that.
Mamma will
Did not expect Loki to ult me.
you're not again.
On my way.
Wow. You must have shotgun on the meat.
Rat's definitely carrying this one, if it wasn't obvious enough. Yeah, win with mono. I just gotta... That's my job right there. I smork Oleron because he literally can't do anything about it. I kill Oleron and I might die for it. In that case, I literally only die because we're in between Phoenix and Tower. And their whole team was on me. But otherwise, I would generally be alright with that. The real big question here is next though. What do I need as my last item? Because obviously I need some... Whoops. Obviously I need some kind of magical protection. Specifically for, you know, they have a lot of that magic damage here, so I need it real bad. And while Kusari is the obvious Deathbringer, best protection, you probably actually wouldn't be completely in the wrong, but I'm way too scared of a Vulcan Oleron backline to not have any protection against it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of pussying out on the full damage here. But, I'm not sure. Yeah, the mages can kill them if they're dead. You're definitely right.
Enemy spotted. Shut down. Group up. Group up.
Come here.
Back middle lane.
Damn.
Enemy team has destroyed
Cover
the
me while I'm
pyramid.
gone.
Loki tanked it. It's gotta be somewhat low.
You have slain an enemy. Bravo.
Yeah, I can do a lot of damage to their front line at least right now. I got a big spike with Axe.
We need war.
On my way. Attack Fire Giant.
Set up an ambush here. Chase the enemy.
Enemy spot.
An enemy has been slain.
Oleron is not allowed to have fun in this game. It's the anti-Oleron game.
You think you're gonna just pass away like that?
What a small structure.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Wimpy thing.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Retreat! Enemies incoming!
ultimate incoming. Enemy ultimate incoming.
I am sad I went ham for that.
Okay, so
I shouldn't have. I got greedy. Not worth for red buff either. You might be right. I can't buy. Dude, it's so expensive. I can't. Oboe? Nah, not Oboe for sure. Ikival is definitely. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Because that is one way for me to get protection against something while still hitting them more. That sounds good. You know, I'll do that. And it's affordable. Unlike you, Deathbringer. Expensive piece of shit. That was big Vulcanold. Holy shit. Gip, do we not have any protection, my friend?
Mamma mia, not again! Fresh meat has been tenderized. Mwah! Compliments to the chef. An enemy has been slain. Enemy. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down! A little warning would be nice.
We definitely have a problem with words. We don't have any vision ever.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Attack the Gulf Fury. Careful, middle.
Oh, is Rat a speed hacker? Is that it? Does anyone know this Rat? Do we know if it's true? Is he an actual speed hacker?
You think you're gonna just pass down? Joker on the meat. Save yourself. Nowhere to go. Ultimate is ready. On my way.
On my way. Any more where that came from?
Damn it! He becomes too fast. He actually does become too fast for me to deal with him. And out-damages me as well.
On my way!
I'm pretty sure on her jumps before. Gotta be careful here. Oof. Yeah, I needed the anti-healing. I should have went Toxic Blade. Actually, no. Does that item even exist anymore? Fuck, dude. What the fuck do we build now? Yeah, Toxic Blade doesn't exist. Mad. Yeah, I'm asking for words. But still, look at our fucking vision, man. Our vision sucks. We have 6k gold on them.
Structure is under attack.
I think I might sell the Ichball again, to be honest.
I will war.
Cover me while I'm gone.
I might. It's not looking great.
Yes. No problem. Coming through. An enemy has been slain. On my way. On my way. Follow me. An ally has been slain. 2 meatballs is better than 1.
Why is everyone faster than me?
Joker on the meatball.
Yeah, I think Red is... If more than one person is saying it, he probably is.
Mamma mia, not again!
He probably is. That puts me in this weird spot, because I obviously don't want him to win if he's hacking, but it's easier to just report him when we get out of the game.
What a small structure.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
No, why do I have blue buff? Damn, I should stop picking up blue buff from the mono. Yeah, what do you guys do in a situation like this? Like, do you just keep, like, play the game out, just end the game quickly, and then... Like, what do you think? Because, like, it's a weird, not moral situation. Like, one person is hacking, but it doesn't mean everyone else deserves to lose. So it's so weird. Run it down. Just try hard.
Follow me.
Enemy spotted.
On my
Take
way.
this jungle
Take
bomb.
fire, giant.
Run it down, he says. Yeah, I do think just
On my way.
play the game out as best as you can. Like, if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. Just report the person after. There's not really much else we can do about it. Like, losing on purpose also doesn't feel like a good way to do it. I hate when people do that. Even if I'm not, like, if I'm in the game and someone is hacking on the enemy team or whatever the case may be, just end the game quick if that's the case. Like, it's a bit weird. I'm not really sure how I feel about it.
Fire giant.
I'll defend.
Take this jungle bomb.
A little warning would be nice.
Enemies in middle lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
It's all run ult. At least we did get fire.
Enemies in middle lane.
Like, this doesn't look good.
Enemies spotted. Help right lane. Gang.
Hmm. I can't deal with Oleron anymore. He literally just out-heals me. That's why I was really wanting to go for the
The choker on the meatball.
anti-healing in some way.
Way.
Like, I might have to sell and go XE and upgrade it as well. Yeah, sell it for XE. I might have to do that.
Attack right tower.
Wait. Let us fight under my shade.
Hey, Dodge Dash Shot, what's up, man?
Group up.
Hope you're having a nice day. I'm grabbing speed buff. You know, that's the biggest sign. If he is actually, you know, speed hacking this rat, this is why he's not picking up speed buffs. You see, both speed buffs. One is on the ground. I just took the other one, and he just took the attack speed buff. Confirmed.
On my way. On my way. On my way. My spirit fire.
Cover me while I'm gone.
Retreat. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Happy it's weekend. That's good to hear, man. I'm also happy it's weekend. Also, while I actually remember, I might not be streaming tomorrow. It depends on what time I end up doing it, but I'm gonna go watch the new Deadpool movie. And I'll probably be doing it in the time frame where I would normally stream tomorrow, so I don't think there's gonna be a stream tomorrow for that reason.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing. Ward here.
This is what I mean, bro. Where's the wards? What the fuck? When you siege, you gotta have wards. Wards are good. Wards are very, very good.
Enemy spotted. Okay. Okay, stop. Maybe a little. You have slain an enemy. Bravo! An ally has been slain.
I was waiting for my blink.
An enemy has been slain. Attack!
Save yourself.
On her, what the fuck was that? Oh my god.
You're not a gang.
Why would you impale him? This is not looking good now. We still have to defend left as well. We're gonna lose the left Phoenix no matter what. We're gonna be losing mid as well. This was really, really bad. Yeah, Gep set that up perfectly, and I don't know how it went so bad. Like, how did we have anyone dying in that scenario? So let's spectate Rat here. He's definitely fast, we can agree on that, but at the moment he also has the buff outside of base. Does he have any movement speed items? Not as far as I can tell. Oops. I'll grab a defense pot here. I don't need damage.
Any more where that came from?
Rat's definitely fast. No doubt about it.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's too fast? Yeah.
Tactical Fury. Attack Fire Giant. Okay. On my way. I'll attack now.
Attack.
Yeah, I would agree. He is abnormally fast for a little rat.
I will war.
Okay.
A little warning would be nice.
Attack right now. Super. Help.
Wimpy thing.
Your team has destroyed a right. Enemy missing. Enemies in left lane.
Moi, compliment au chef.
Attack right lane. Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy attack. Left lane. On my way. Group up. Group up. Group up. You better back down. Ultimate is ready. Your Titan is under attack.
Wimpy thing. I'll defend.
Your team has destroyed a left retreat. Set up an ambush.
Place a ward for teleport.
Ward here.
I'll defend.
We need to push this shit up.
Group up. Be careful.
Yeah, no, Rat's definitely,
Coming right.
I am convinced.
Place a ward for teleport. Group up. Coming through. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, no, he is, we don't have any vision, he's just looking for, it might be wall hacking as well. Like, I'm guessing.
Attack middle lane.
Let's just get up then.
That was a sort of
Yeah.
grand joke.
He's definitely looking for people very conveniently in the perfect spots.
2 meatballs is better than 1.
It explains the 29 kills he's got.
Ripa-key. Buon appetito.
Yeah, alright. Let's get out, report him, and let's move on.
Nice job.
Unfortunate. I had fun this game.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll throw it in chat as well for the well, the enemy team probably gonna mention it a bunch of times. Yeah, people care as much about winning video games is incredible. Yeah, we've already had like long, extensive talks about like hacking in games because of all these, you know, hackers. I mean, what was it? I'm guessing both. But yeah, I don't know if it was also wall hacking, but it definitely looked like it. We could definitely tell it was speed. Speed hawk. I feel like I recognize the name. I just don't remember from where. I mean, besides the point, my play damage though. Damn, didn't think I did that much damage. But I was slapping the tanks a lot. I guess an Oleron. The worst part about it raining a lot is that it's still kind of hot in the air. So now it's just humid as fuck again. Everyone's making fun of him. Dude, the Gep was crazy. He's like, this rat's crazy, bro. This rat's insane. I don't understand. Yeah. I understand. It's fine. Maybe I skip a queue as a result as well. Speaking of queue, I forgot my queue game. At the moment, it is still Vampire Survivors. I don't know if there's a different game that might fit better that I haven't played. I think Vampire Survivors is a good queue game. It's just that, why does it look so weird on the screen? Can you fit? Huh. That's weird. Why are you suddenly not scaling correctly, game? Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter, I guess. So anyway, I don't know if Vampire Survivors is going to be my main queue game here. Because I've played this game quite a bit. It's definitely gotten a little repetitive for me. I forgot what these guns do. I think they shoot like in a cross or something. Give it a shot, I guess. All these new things as well. I don't know what all this is. A boss rash. Yeah, I don't really care much for it, I guess. Bonus. I'll give it a shot, I guess. Let's see what it is. Maybe I just have to replay Super Meat Boy. I still haven't found a better queue game for me. Like, that game is so fun. The fuck is up with all these snowmen? Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Ah, right. I just didn't scale it properly myself.
Select your god.
All right. Damn, you guys are never gonna guess what's happening behind this screen. Well, what's happening here? I was almost put in jungle. It was very close, but now I'm mid. I'm mid. We have so many solo laners in this party that we just we don't have anyone to jungle.
Your god.
Hanula took over now. Hanula probably has it fine jungle, I would imagine. Me and mid though. We'll see what happens, alright? We'll see what happens. If we're going crazy, let's just go crazy.
Logan Le Fay.
I don't even have his skin on this character. Definitely not getting that one. No, dude. Why can't you buy individual skins anymore? I am sad. Just give me something for a favor then. It looks kind of cool though. Some good colors. Where's the recolor at? Oh, okay, is this one? How does this one look? Jesus Christ, the skin system is actually just broken in Smite. Just press the skin. Alright, this one works. We'll do pink, or purple, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, I can't even spend money, but it's... I don't want to spend money, it's just, pressing his skin just... I don't know when that broke. Just pressing his skin screws with the UI now. And I don't know why. Keep the cross. Is anyone else surprised in general with the gaming just world with how little vampire stuff there is? Like, am I the only one? Like, vampires, I would say, is a pretty popular thing in general. Why the fuck are there so many zombies and no vampires? It's crazy to me. Like, the only shit we really have is shit like Castlevania. Like, what else? Like Vampire the Masquerade or something? I haven't played that, though, but... We recently had Redfall, but we don't need to talk about that. It's weird. I feel like we haven't seen it lately, though. Like there's barely been any like good vampire stuff, like in the main, big game media, I guess. Just haven't been anything. Nothing. Like Castlevania obviously hasn't been a thing for quite a while. Outside of like the Netflix series, I guess. And collabs. I believe they recently had a collab with Dead Cells. So that's kind of cool. But still, it ain't Castlevania.
learn to respect and revere
All right.
Morgan Le Fay.
See how this
Their
goes.
lives are all forfeit.
I will try and figure out a build myself, instead of asking for it for once. Let me see how it goes. I might build the worst shit you have ever seen. Or maybe I'm finding a hidden gem. You never know. When I'm in control, expect the unexpected. Vampires aren't big IP right now, but that's a problem. Neither are zombies. People are so fucking tired of zombies, but somehow we still keep getting zombie games. I think it's just because there hasn't been a big vampire game that has been like leading the, oh shit, this is cool as shit, let's get more of this. I think that's the problem. Zombies are way more popular. They are for the most part, yeah. I agree. I just mean like, the little amount of vampire games is still surprising to me. It's mainly looking at like, if we exclude like indie games and just look at AAA stuff, there's just not, I guess, barely any vampires stuff. Like zombies, obviously, there's a bunch more. Like you always have like, you know, the no Call of Duty with the zombie mode and all that stuff. But still, I just been thinking about it a little bit.
Attack the Titan! Okay. I'm on it. Thanks. Have spawned.
Rise and crush them.
We got first blood and the 2 kills. It's a great call going in. And look at this. We're on the board, team.
Embrace the burning shroud.
I'll stick around for one more wave.
Enemy missing middle!
Damn. I had to try. I guess I'm sticking around for another wave then.
be taken.
Hey, Hadrada, what's up, man? Good to see you.
A spell most sinister. A curse of agony. Prepare, then execute.
Our late game in mid is so good.
Enemy missing right. Incoming right. Enemy missing right.
He must have joker on the meatball.
It seems all manner of creatures roam this land. Arrive and crush them!
I got greedy without ult.
Have been slain.
Not really worth a trade. Actually, do you go soul gem? Would it be dumb to go soul gem here? I'll get soul gem. Give some cooldown, some lifesteal.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Yeah, I was thinking about Deso. Oh, yeah, I'll have to do that.
Enemies incoming right.
No need for a spell when a simple ward will do. A curse of agony. Taste the wicked blade. Retrieve its carcass. Incantations aren't cheap.
It's a rock, Morgan. Chill. You don't finish Doom Warp? What the fuck, man? This might's so fucking weird.
Attack left lane.
Wow. He must have joker on the meatball.
A spell most sinister. Embrace the burning shroud.
Atlas needs to get off my ass and actually help people out.
Taste the wicked blade.
Maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Need time to retrieve my elixirs. A spell most sinister.
Well, I'm just gonna build this. It is what it is. I'm embracing my bad build. If it's good late game, that's fine. I just need more items then. We're fine. I can get this one now.
Taste the wicked blade.
Well, I suck. I actually missed the... Okay, well, we all suck, I guess.
A spell most sinister.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Go in peace.
Joker on the meatball.
Your right tower is under attack.
Arise and crush them. Taste the wicked blade. Arise and crush them.
You think Shard is
Power can
that
be
good?
taken.
I was thinking about going for Typhons. Don't you normally go for a bit of a lifesteal on Morgan? Because you throw out so much shit? I'm probably just misremembering. I went for a different build last time I went Morgan. I did a casual on my ult yesterday while I played Morgan.
Embrace the burning shroud.
Your left tower is under attack.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Compliments to the chef.
No need for a spell when a simple ward will do. lives are all forfeit.
How is Typhon's on power? Pretty low on power, I guess. You think Shark would be better than Typhon's here? No.
A spell most sinister.
An ally has been slain.
Enemies, your incoming left is under attack.
Slain.
Ouch.
Enemies, incoming right.
This is nothing. I will be fine.
I'll do Shard, because you said that.
Taken.
I do need the pen at this point. I'm gonna wait buying some words.
Missing left.
I'm buying enough words at the moment. Is Magus even good in general at the moment? Magus is such a weird item.
Enemies, incoming left.
Okay, okay.
Embrace the burning shroud.
Think you gonna just pass away?
Oh, it's Lobster. I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize who I was against.
A whisper, all crumbles down.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Arise and crush them.
On my way. On my way.
Face the wrath of a sorceress.
Beware the
Hey, Seagull. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope you had a nice stream. Poison raid. Stream was pretty good. Good on your games, thank you, man. And good to hear that it was going well.
Arise and crush them.
Damn.
Curse of agony. Spell most sinister. Arise and crush them.
attack the gold. Middle enemy tower.
Attack the Gold Fury.
One should not be sieging at this point. Not yet.
lives are all forfeit.
Where is Murden? We gotta rotate. See if we can help them out.
An enemy has been slain. Mamma mia, not again! An ally has been slain.
Oh, I suck. I totally did everything there. Definitely wasn't Kali at all.
Let's celebrate! Where's the vino?
I pressed 4 real good. I guess I did my 1. My 1 might have been nice to help kill the Maticarus and help Kali there.
Entire kingdoms fall beneath me.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Prepare, then execute.
Yeah, Hanula's doing great. But Hanula usually plays pretty well. I think. It's pretty consistent. At least in my games.
On my way.
Take the wicked blade.
We need wards.
Yeah, what is he building? Hanula is building Crusher first. That's kind of cool. Don't think I've ever done that on Kali,
Power can be taken.
but it makes sense. I like it.
A curse of agony.
That tower has been destroyed.
Oh yeah, so it became thing when I stopped playing. That makes sense.
This is your station. Fresh meat has been tenderized.
A spell most sinister.
Fire giant!
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball. Shut down.
Retrieve its carcass. Take the wicked blade.
There's also a pretty clear, like, shall we say, someone who either does not play jungle much or is inexperienced in this MMR. Arachne definitely plays strange. Arachne just kind of runs in and dies a lot of the time. I definitely wouldn't say this game is even. There's a pretty big difference in the junglers, unfortunately.
Embrace the burning shroud.
What do the other things do again? The green one is a slow, right? On the one here.
No need for a spell when a simple ward.
The green one is a slow on the ground, and the other one spawns like a decoy. Is that it?
Attack left lane!
Yeah, I think Arachne is tough to pull off, but you can clearly tell that she kind of runs in mindlessly.
Oh
Because she could kill me somewhat easily if she was able to catch up, but she's not doing that. Like, if she lands her net on me, and I am not currently in my movement speed state, I am kind of screwed against an Arachne, to be honest. I have to beat her. But she hasn't done anything like that. So there is a clear lack of matchup knowledge, at least. Like, it might not be a bad player. It might also just not be a jungler, so... It's hard to say. Point is just there's a pretty big difference in the junglers at the moment, for whatever the reason might be.
I'll attack middle lane.
Okay.
Beware the shifting sands.
Taste the wicked blade.
Yeah, you see?
Left lane.
Two meatballs is better than one. Okay, so maybe a little bit of an ally has been slain.
Let's grab this.
You threw the pizza by his
Face the wrath of a sorceress scorned. A curse of agony.
Beware the shifting sands.
Oops.
Attack left lane. Attack right lane.
Team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
It's a trap. Ultimate is ready. Attack fire giant.
A spell most sinister.
Fear? Or is it a fear? I mean, I don't even know why I'm asking. I can just fucking hover over it. I don't know why I'm stupid. Yeah, spawning a detour that attacks gods. Right. So only gods. I can't use it for objectives.
Crush them.
Wash your feet.
Embrace the burning shroud. Taste the wicked blade.
Attack. Ultimate is ready.
Arrive and crush them.
Conjure with a jet.
To think these were just lying around.
Yeah, I think generally Morgan is very, very, very good. And she's very, very fun. I would love to play her more in solo. I just don't think she's that good in solo. I would also love to play Raijin, you know, for the same reason, but there is just the really, really sad part that if you get camped, you're just completely useless. Which will happen, unfortunately, a lot of the time when you play jungler or like mages in solo. It's really annoying, but it's the truth. It is the sad truth.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
Curse of agony.
It becomes harder and harder the higher MMR you are. In this current MMR, I probably could. Like, me and Neo lost so much yesterday, I am back down to 2200. It's rough, man.
Time for the main course. Good game.
Yeah, in my defense, yeah, your defense, one game was indeed a minus 100 game. I don't fucking believe that. Oh, you're down to 2K now. I see. Neo, my ult as well is officially in 2K as well now, so I can actually queue with you on that one, if it comes down to it. Yeah, Ymir also kind of just got caught a lot. Ymir was a snag running around. Yeah, I keep mentioning this. Oh, but I read you receive a friend request. Yeah, but that's because I'm keeping it, as I wouldn't say secret, but I guess kind of secret for as long as I can, because I don't plan on revealing it. Also, we can just talk on Discord, if it comes to that. Like, if you're playing at some point, you can always ask, or I can. I don't know. I don't plan it much. That's the thing. I barely ever play on the ult, because usually I get my fill of smite from streaming this in front of you guys. I don't play on it much. Yeah, I can just set you up as well. That's a normal Ymir issue. It is, but Ymir is also incredibly good at being aggressive. And I was a character without a jump that wasn't walled off even once. So that's also another problem. Have you played Dragon Age Origins? Yes, I have. I have played all the Dragon Age games. And I love them. Even though they're pretty flawed. I like them, like all of them. So if your next up question would be if I'm excited for the new one, then yes. Yes, I am. I'm one of the weird ones in terms of the Dragon Age games. Because I probably like Origins as much as I like Inquisition. That's probably a pretty unpopular opinion for the most part. I think everyone pretty much, for the most part, agrees that Origins is the best one. Because it nailed the theme. It was just generally super well written. All that stuff. Inquisition was a bit of a mix back. It wasn't as dark, in terms of its theme, all that stuff. But a part of me, I would rather replay Inquisition than Origins. I'm definitely one of the weirder ones. If I had to choose a favorite, it would be Inquisition. So, yeah, Ink breaks the lore a bit too much. Yeah. Yeah, the second one is the Black Sheep, but there is a pretty good reason for it. Like, that game was made in what, like 1 year? Like, they were not given enough time to make the game by EA, and so it's somewhat of an unfinished game, but it's still very well written for what it is. It is definitely not bad. I need a Gamehunter gaming podcast. I don't have enough followers for that. Do not have enough active viewers to make a podcast. I would be talking with myself. Though I guess I would need someone else to talk to as well to make it work. A podcast with a single person generally needs some kind of like... That's just like streaming though, right? Gigantic podcast. So it's not bad, but it's not a Dragon Age game? I mean, I would still say that it is, personally. But I know what you mean by it. I still think, like, I am happy that... How should I put this? I think Dragon Age 2 is worth playing. I enjoyed my experience going through Dragon Age 2, but I do think it's worth keeping in mind that it has some pretty big flaws because of the development problems. For how little time it took them to make, it is pretty good. But compared to the previous one at the time, no. It wasn't not nearly as good. Writing is still good though. Like the writing kept up, and it also introduced one of the best characters into the franchise. So that's also that. Yeah, we get Benji and we're winning. I'm not even sure if me and Benji really play many games. Like, I don't actually think we like the same type of games anymore. Me and Benji just we haven't talked much like lately. He's like a friend I had when we went to school. So we essentially haven't really spoken much for about 8 years. You've beaten Origins under 9 hours? Damn. I still only played it once. It'll probably stay that way too, but I haven't really played the Dragon Age series all that much. It's like Mass Effect. I also absolutely love Mass Effect, but I don't feel like replaying it. Like, I play those games for the story, not the combat. Like, for the most part, I think the Dragon Age combat is kind of shit. It's really not for me. Origins was fine. 2 was kind of bad. And Inquisition felt like it had a good base, but it's just fucking, it missed. For the most part. It was just a bit weird. Oddly enough, the new one looks like it might be better for me. Like, Dragon Age is a weird... It's just generally weird for me. Because I like the things people hate about it. Yeah, 1,200 hours in Origins. That's a lot of hours, man. In a single-player game, that's pretty insane. I don't think I have a single single-player game where I have that many hours. Like, not even an Elden Ring. Which even has a side of, like, co-op and stuff. Pretty sure I don't, at least. The only games I have more than over, like, 1,000 hours, I think, is pretty much online games like Smite, like World of Warcraft, like Final Fantasy XIV, stuff like that. For single player games, I don't even know which one. I think my highest is Elden Ring at like 517 hours, I think I'm in. Something like that. I can just check. Yeah, 512 hours in Elden Ring. That's pretty much my highest in terms of a single player game. Also, I need to look at what the fuck I'm doing here.
Pick your gun.
Ready for planetary deployment.
I like how that Ravana skin is just a bear. Must have been a fun pitch meeting. Yo guys, I have an idea. The skin. It's a bear. Oh, okay. Let's do it. Sounds great. It does look cool. I'm memeing on it, but it does look cool. It also just called polar bear. A polar beast. And Hanula rocking just the base Chronos. What a mad lad. Same thing with Surtur. Unbelievable. How do we force you to play earlier? You mean just in terms of time?
Let's scope out the area and see what we can find. Hopefully we'll leave with some good loot.
I don't think I'll ever start at something like 5, because the thing is, I have a somewhat specific schedule. with how I do things during a day, because I also have a dog. It is mostly based around having a dog, because he goes out at specific times. Obviously. And when I get home, I obviously need to... No, it's more like at 6 I always eat. I always eat dinner at like 6 or 7, which is why I tend to start about the time I do. I used to stream about 2, so I would stream from 2 to maybe like 6 or 7, and then just make dinner right after that. If anything, that's what I would do again.
Grab some probes and ammo.
But I haven't really thought about it. To do that, I would need to fix my sleep schedule, because it's still fucked after all the renovation has been happening. A lot more active queues EU-wise, yeah. I mean, I think I do want to do that later, because I don't think this is my prime stream time. Because I'm definitely someone who prefers to... I play a game, and then I need to, you know, throw my headset off, take everything off, just go away for a little while from my PC, and relax a bit. But I can't really do that when I stream at this time, because it's pretty much straight to bed right after, and I don't actually like that very much. So... So eventually I will probably go back to doing that. But it's also going to be a bit of a weird transition period. Because a lot of my viewers now expect me to stream about this time, right?
Out of the fire and into the fire.
Atlas hurts.
You think you gonna just pass away like that? Wow! He must have choke on the meatball.
My vigil has ended.
Compliment to the chef.
Enemies in the left jungle.
No, I definitely do appreciate it. It's just, I'm also, I would say, pretty logical, I guess is the best word for it. Pretty logical about how progression works with streaming. Like, I'm not gonna go make a new big thing and I play a new big game and expect all my viewers to follow me. That's not how this works. Most people are here because they want to see me play Smite, not because they want to see me play Elden Ring, right? I understand how things work, so... If anything, I wouldn't mind becoming a variety streamer, eventually. But right now, it's just not really... No one would follow, right? That's the problem.
Enemy spotted!
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Sorry.
Hit him with that secret sauce.
Damn. No trap snipe over the wall.
Enemies incoming. Enemy ultimate incoming.
We just got fucked.
Okay, so maybe a little soft will hurt someone.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Under attack.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-man raw snipe, but it wasn't even so much that. It was the Atlas pull that I kind of didn't expect. I mean, Geb just greeted a bit. We overstayed completely here. Like, Heimdall has a level on me because of that stupid long rotation, and I just followed. We shouldn't have chased Atlas in the first place. We got a free pick on Heimdall. I should have just gone back. Look at me now. I'm fucking a level behind because of that. Also because we lost the buffs, but him dying for getting both buffs was where I had the chance to catch up to him. But yeah. We won the lane so hard because of the Ravana gank, and now I'm just kind of in the spot where I'm behind. It is weird. It is so weird. It's still reached.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing.
He must have choken on the meatball.
Even the bravest
Enemies
spell huntress
incoming
knows
right.
when to save her own hide.
No problem.
Not again.
This will hold them.
On my way.
I knew it wasn't coming here.
That is fucking shit.
An enemy has been slain.
At least it died for it, but that's pretty big.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
I definitely could have killed the Heim if I decided to stay. I just decided to go for the, you know, I feel like the safe call and not, you know, do anything super risky and silly by chasing again.
Enemy missing. Out of mana. Out of mana. Out of mana. Okay. Okay.
One here. Be careful.
Enemy missing middle. On my way. Attack.
It's good to be alert.
Fucking Atlas is not leaving. I hate the current duo meta. Support can literally just camp so super hard. Just it's just kind of boring. Yeah, I'm not surprised that supports might like the current support meta. This fucking sucks for the ADCs. I hate it. You just pick an aggressive support and you camp the shit out of the ADC, because they can't do anything about it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Containment field deployed.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
I don't fucking believe it, you shitty fucking boar. I feel like we're losing now because we're just not being here for buffs. I'm falling behind in a matchup here where I really should not be falling behind. Also, Tusky betrayed me.
Yes, I've needed a good attachment.
Yeah, Tusky sucks, man. I'm gonna say it every time. Tusky sucks. I'm not saying Tusky is a bad ultimate, because Artemis' ultimate is fucking broken. But I hate that boar with a passion. Tusky is an idiot. And he knows it. You see how he just stands still, looks out into the fucking air sometimes? Like an idiot? It's because he knows.
Okay, so maybe a little soft did hurt someone.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oof. Bro, sir, what the fuck is happening in solo, bro? Can he stop dying? This man took my solo and he's dying on cooldown. Stop.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. I'll attack be revealed.
Enemy spotted. This will hold him.
What is happening? What the fuck, man?
Outlanders are stronger than I anticipated.
Go, creeps. He's so far ahead. I actually kind of forgot. What do you build here again? Why did I forget? Is it Crusher? Fail not. Yeah, there it is. Shit. I forgot. I had to buy something. I'll get fail not. It's gonna be a farm game anyway. Ah, we just fucking lost every buff again. Like, this is the problem, man.
Let's use this as bait.
Left lane. Retreat left lane.
Oh, my right tower got destroyed. He now has 4 levels on me. I wish I could say it was my fault. But us not being there for the invasion of purple and green was just stupid.
Mamma mia, no.
Dude, he's still dying. What the fuck is happening in solo?
That's too bad.
He's Searcher as well.
Your left tower.
You're Searcher. How?
Enemy missing right.
That's too bad.
Attack! Attack! Out of mana!
Does this happen often, guys? Is this how it is to play ADC with a bad solo?
Has been slain. Wow! He must have choking on the meatball. Until next out of mana! Enemy missing left. Two meatballs. Better than one. Enemy missing left. Be careful middle.
Have fun.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. That was a sorcery joke.
Aim and field deployed.
Do your best. Your right tower is under attack.
He's still chasing me.
Your right tower is under attack.
We need wards. Bifrost! Aid me! Bifrost! Aid me!
Right tower is under attack.
My ult just came up too. How annoying. Didn't he didn't have his 3, dude? Or he's 2? Vana, bro. He got ulted with his 2 up? At least if he used it, I didn't see it.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold bureau.
It's fine, team. We just need to farm.
This will hold up. Enemy spotted. Aim and field deployed.
Raid boss down.
Whatever that was, it was hoarding some valuable items.
Enemy ultimate incoming! Enemy ultimate down!
Outlanders are stronger than I
I used my 3 10 times. Fucking Sunder. Oof. The miss? Aw.
You think you can just pass away like that? An enemy has been slain.
I'll be there, team. Dude, every fucking time. There's always someone on our fucking buffs.
Enemy spotted.
One day. One day. Like, I'll be there for late game. Don't fucking worry about that. But I haven't gotten a single buff since the very first one. That's my fucking problem right now. Oh, big Hercule.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt some. Double kill. Wow, compliment to
Okay.
Coming here.
Can't we just go in? Alright. We don't want to go in. Never mind. Hey, Red Combo's and Mouse. Good to see you. Yeah, I just need to just farm. I thought we could have fought that, to be fair. Like, I'm Artemis, man. I still have a good fucking CC ultimate. But I guess with Atlas up, we can't really fight well, I guess. We can't really kill Atlas.
Your structure is under attack.
I still can't believe how far behind I ended up being in this lane. We won the lane with the help from the Ravana gank. I did that stupid rotation. That's probably the bad thing that I've done this game. A dumb rotation. And outside of that, I was one level behind. And then we just somehow lost both green and purple every single time after that.
This will hold them.
Woohoo! Progress! We got a buff. It's gonna make such a big difference.
Enemy missing right.
Like, I would farm, but there's nothing to farm. I'm taking the mid waves.
Heavy ammo is just what I needed.
I would farm, but you guys are constantly fighting. Yeah. Right there is what I'm afraid of.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies have returned to base. On my way.
Field deployed.
not again.
Give me that kill. Yeah, no, he got the kill. Oh well. Man, I actually just once again ran in there at the worst possible time. They just all fucking came around the corner. Is this a shifters game? Probably not. I think I just need to keep on going with damage. Yeah, Gib is also behind. Like, me and Gib just in general got screwed over by no one ever rotating for the purple and green buffs. We could have just killed them both. The one time we did rotate on them, we killed Heimdall for it. So I think we should have just rotated on it. Like, it's definitely our own fault for being invaded on, but you know, your team can always respond to the invasions and possibly just get some easy kills out of it. But it is what it is. They can't really get much further ahead, you know? Now it's my time to catch up. And I don't even like ketchup.
Defend. Thanks.
Okay.
Complete no problem. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. Your enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy ultimate down.
I gotta get 20 before the next fight, because it's gonna be around fire. And I can finish my starter as well. So this should be good for me.
On my way. Yes, I've needed a good attachment.
We definitely alternate vision, which we literally have 0 of around fire when we should be having it right about now.
We need boards.
Be careful left. On my way.
This will hold. Payment field explored. Good to be alert.
Dude, this fucking Atlas is so annoying. He's just in my face all the time. Dude, my trap, he's CC'd for literally less than a second. Like, less than a half second, probably.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Bro, are you shitting me? Would have been nice if Gap just pinged that they were there. That would have been great.
Ammo's just what I needed.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I knew it wasn't snakes coming here.
Oh, that's on me. I should never have gotten hit by Hercules 2. I usually say that myself. If you're heavily out of position if you get hit by a Hercules 2 as a carry. You should never get hit by it. I was trying to see if I could get like a good position for my ult, but I just kind of got caught. Damn. Big one. I don't think the pen build is that good on Artemis. I think it's a downgrade from this build. The problem with this build is, in general though, if you fall really far behind, like I did, then yeah, ability build is not as useful, because it doesn't have anything built in that is just true damage. But this build with Artemis ability spamming is just way better. She's just a much bigger threat to the backline, not so much the front lines. So if you mean about that, then yeah, that's true. But this build, if the boar hits like a mage or an assassin, anything like that, it's gonna do like between 500 and 800 damage. It absolutely just destroys them. Which is why this build is as strong as it is. This kind of, I mean, in this game I don't, but that's just because of how badly I've been playing this game. And I've just been out of position. And also, I don't need to fight their backline. I just need the board to do its thing and hit my threes. That's about it. Also, it's not even just the backline, it's also the assassin. Like, Rat hasn't been on me so far, but that's because I've barely been in any fights.
Your left tower is under attack.
This will hold them.
Our left is very pushed. How much do I need? 1200. Okay.
I'm on it.
Don't give up on the raid.
Damn. We're lost. Unfucking fortunate.
Well, that was sad.
Damn, they killed it so fast too. Shit. Yeah. I played this one kind of bad in the last team fight there. Not the last one, but the previous one. But I can't take blame for us not, like, responding to their invading on purple every single time. That's just unfortunate. We should have. And Atlas was like he was good at being aggressive, whereas Geb obviously can't do the same thing. So Heimdall was never under pressure in the same way as I was. Yeah, well done, Gabu. Smack them. Yeah, the new variation of the build. I might try that next time, because like what's the hammer called again? Like the big hammer you would start with doesn't feel as powerful as it used to. It obviously also isn't. Right, Blackthorn. Yeah, so Blackthorn, like, it still basically does the same thing. It has 5 less power, right? It's not a massive difference, but this build definitely doesn't feel as powerful. Again, I was winning for the most part just because of how Artemis works. The constant poking. The HP is still nice, specifically on Artemis, I think. I wouldn't do it on someone like Uller or Chiron, because they have it in actual dash or like good escapability. Artemis, I still feel like I would. It depends on what I'm against, I guess, but I liked it. I still like the build. It's just in that game specifically, I literally ended up in a situation where I was like 6 levels behind. Give me a solid Bansilla. Why? Why though?
Select your god.
If he wants to play Jungle Zilla, I'll let him play Jungle Zilla. I don't want to ban it because I don't want him to play something. That feels silly to me. If he wants to have fun, I say he just has fun. Like, I'm stupid as well sometimes. When I pick Apollo and I feed my ass off. People don't ban the Apollo for me, so I don't think I should be banning anything for them. Also, if you pick something weird, that means I can pick something weird and people will think it's justified. You know? It's banter, yeah, but I don't know him the way you do. So for me, it would just be BM. I can't be banning things for you. He's just gonna get mad or something, you know? This also wouldn't be the first time I've seen Heimdall jungle. Dude, I should have banned the Atlas. I just realized. I'm so fucking tired of meeting Atlas. That's the Scylla, though. I don't know what I want to play here. I hate their team comp. Very much. It's definitely not a Vamana game. But when is it ever a Vamana game? Cocolan. I love being back in solo. Certainly missed it. Jesus Christ. Um, maybe just do a chuck. I'll be boring as well. I really just don't like any of Chuck's skins, man. Why do I have so many of them?
Shark.
We'll go OG. Oh, maybe that's an Apollo jungle? Or a Chunga jungle? You default to C9 Chuck. Is that the dinosaur face one? Okay, I'm expecting it to be Chunga in mid, so it's gotta be Apollo in jungle then. Oh, the team skin that it? He just wears a t-shirt, doesn't he? There's just one of the skins where he just wears a t-shirt. The t-shirt skins are definitely funny. Just a insanely old ancient Aztec getup with a t-shirt. Sounds great. Yeah, I don't really play much Chuck either. So, I don't know. But for the most part, I just don't really like his skins. Like, some of them definitely look cool, but I think one of my problems with a lot of the Chuck skins is the fucking weapon. It's already really big. And one of them, it becomes a hammer. I feel like I can't see anything. It's so fucking big. Like, when you swing the weapon around, it obscures so much of your screen. Like, it obviously doesn't. You can still play with it. It's just... Yeah, Chuck has a very weak skin game. He does. I think so, too. I actually do enjoy the, like, Cthulhu-esque skin that he has, but the voice pack on that skin is, like, it's just bad. It's bad for, like, just quick calling stuff, because he talks so slow in that skin. So when you're saying enemy missing right, they're probably halfway through the fucking map before he gets the sentence off. It's crazy. So I might just still use that skin and just turn off that voice pack. Who do you think is the best skin? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, I guess. I do think Lil Mana is pretty cool. And it's not like... I think the idea of TF5 skins are great. I just don't like how they changed the character to look completely different. Obviously, it's what skins do, so don't get me wrong, but it's more like they changed them in a very drastic way. You can't even tell it's the same god anymore. That's what I hate about them. Lil Mana is perfect for that. It changes the god's animations, but at the same time, he still looks like Vamana. Right? I think that's the cool part about that skin. But they never did it again, pretty much. I think some of the tier 5 skins do it, like Uller. Uller is still pretty cool. But like, the fucking Chuck one is fucking insane. Like, some of them are just insane. So my point being with this conversation, that I would love if they did more of that type of skin. Because I think those are the coolest. Baron does have a very cool skin, yeah, that's true. I can agree with that.
Out of the fire and into the frying pan. Two meatballs, better than one.
Your middle tower is under attack. I'd rather use a kiss.
course he has fucking thorns.
You're just an ally has been slain.
Dude, I hate thorns. It's such a...
Wow. You must have choken on the
I hate it. You only do it for that. You literally only do it for that chance to try and get that kill. That's why you get it this early. Literally no other reason. I just need to look at my opponent first. I wouldn't have went in there if I knew he had thorns.
There is no escape. Run. Run if you can.
I thought about doing it myself though.
I walk in darkness. There is no escape.
He's 5 before me as a result. Unbelievable.
Run. Run if you can.
Alright, Radha. No worries.
An enemy has been slain. There is no escape. Compliments to the ship. Run. Run if you can. Think you can adjust hostiles? Wow. You must have choken on the meatball. Double kill. Nice job. Run if you can.
Alright, now we're even.
There is no escape. Run if you can. Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, this game is a bloodbath. You're absolutely right. 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes in, and there's 12 kills overall. That is kind of insane.
There is no escape. I walk in darkness. Run. Run if you can.
You're taking a lot of unnecessary damage here, my friend. Considering you just came back to lane.
There is no escape. Run. Run if you can. Thanks. There is no escape. Cancel that. Run. Run if you can.
Just out of mana.
Out of mana.
All the magic gone.
Compliments to the chef. Mamma mia, not again. Run. Run if you can.
Very surprised he jumped. I would never have went on him unless he would have jumped. I was just baiting. Alright, time to go home.
I feel no pain.
Let's grab some... I'll do regrowth first, and then probably Pred one. Hey, Trapsy, thank you so much for the resub. That is too kind of you. I hope you're doing well. Also, sorry if you're hearing a siren now, because there's a siren currently going off outside. Or a door, not a door, a car siren. Oh my god.
Run if you
You guys do hear it, don't you? I'm gonna mute.
has found you. I walk in darkness. There is no escape. Run. Run if you can. Waste of time.
Okay. It has stopped. Yeah, crimes have been committed. I think it's... like, it happens sometimes. It didn't sound like anything broke or anything like that, so I don't think there was any crime happening.
There is no escape. Run if you can.
It's got Bluestone. Otherwise, he probably would have had a much rougher time in lane as well. Sigil is great going into late game, but it's rough in lane, man. You don't have any clear.
Nothing will stop me.
That was a party and joke.
So far, the Scylla jungle is going very well. It's getting pretty big.
Choking on the meatball.
That is nice. How are we only 10 minutes into this game, dude? The amount of kills happening makes it feel much longer. Damn. The one shot on the camp? Damn, Chuck. Chill, bro.
An enemy has been slain.
I walk in darkness. Run if you can.
Wow, he must have choking on the meatball.
The worst part about for me playing Chuck at the moment is that I'm enjoying it. For the few people that might have watched me for a little while now, you pretty much know at this point that periodically I like a specific god. Sadly, the one might be Chuck at the moment. Some gods I obviously always enjoy, like Vamana. But sometimes I enter into like a stage where I really enjoy a specific god. Like, it was Mulan for a while. That's pretty much the last one where I was like, I just want to play this god. That's about it. But, ooh, we both were like, ooh, look at this. I'm gonna grab a Pestilence just in case Ymir isn't doing it. I don't mind building it this game. They have a Changa, so... I'll just grab it. You have the Viscati? I've fucking noticed. Can you not have it with Viscati? Especially when you're against me? Fucking hate doing Viscati. She's so fucking annoying. She's one of the worst characters. Like, she's not even that hard to deal with. For the most part, it's just... She's one of the most annoying ones to deal with. For the simple reason that they're fucking nice. Just skating around. Like, I don't always have beads, so I'm just kind of skating. Living the ice... The ice life. And it's not fun. I'll tell you that. Oh. Well, I mean, I had decent fun, I guess, but I would have liked to actually enter the rotation phase of soloing. Just insane. Yeah, Vamano with Hasten does eat Scotty, yeah. But Vamano against anything that doesn't have a leap or a jump kind of runs them down. Like, I played Vamano 3 games ago, or like in my first... Was it my first game? Yeah, I think my first game, I played Vamana. I was against an Oleron. Do you think Oleron had fun that game? That man couldn't do anything to get me off, even though he hit a certain point in time where he simply outdamaged me, which was a problem. But for the most part, I could run him down. I think he was pretty pissed with me at some point. This was Apollo Jungle, right? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't miss Oleron being around. Like, I still can't believe, like, Smite will be in its worst state when Baki Kojira and Oleron are both top picks. That's when Smite is officially cooked. Because when those two gods are in the same team, you can't play the game. They do the same thing, just slightly different, but they will make you play slower than... I don't know. Slower than sitting still. Alright, let me take a look outside. I hear noise.
Select your god.
Yep. The noise I heard was pretty much what I expected. A drunk person talking loud. He walked very funny. I'm banning Heimdall. There's a lot of Heimdall players playing at the moment, so I don't want to deal with it. The thing I dislike the most about Oleron is that his ult slows projectiles. Yeah, it definitely makes him very hard to deal with. I do think... I don't know, because I don't necessarily dislike his ult. Because I think... Sorry, give me a second. My headset was like sliding off. So... I think Oleron's ultimate is somewhat easily countered. Like, it's like... It's something you can just beat. It's just people don't like beating it. Right? A lot of ults you can simply just beat. Or even just Aegis, you know? It depends. You probably shouldn't Aegis it. He can still fuck you up right after, but... Oleron's ultimate is definitely a strange one. It's something that will heavily screw up, like, frontlines, I think, for the most part. Like... ADCs, mages, assassins, whatever, something that usually has beats, I don't think struggles too hard against something like Oleron. Or his ultimate, for that matter. Because you will generally have beats, and if you can't beats, well, maybe instead you would have met, let's say, Artemis. Artemis ult will fuck you up sometimes more than Oleron ult ever would. Right? But a frontline heavily gets destroyed by that fucking ultimate. Well, some of them at least. Vamana is one of the few ones that don't. Cthulhu also would not. And even then, sometimes you can just dash or jump out of it. So, it's not like an instant... like, loss or anything like that. Well, maybe this is an ADC Arthur game. Alright, tactical. Dude, I get solo so often these days, I just don't think about it. I'm too I'm too distracted by conversation that sometimes you just don't even realize. Guan Yu, huh? It's gonna be a good matchup for him until I become tanky enough to completely ignore his 3. Because I don't think I can interrupt it, right? I guess only with my non-charged ultimate, or with my ult. Also, why do you get a free one here, Neo? Or Pinda? You guys, Neo and Pinda, one of you needs to change your color, man. When I see pink, all I see is Neo these days. Because Neo is always pink and he generally talks the most in my chat. Oh, it's because I'm against the U, huh? That's the free one? I mean, you have a pretty good team. Like, Monks and Rename tends to kind of clap duo. So... maybe it will be that again. Or, well, maybe not clap, but they do pretty well. Having a duo queuing duo lane is quite advantageful in ranked. It's probably one of the easiest ways to climb, to be honest. Same with mid and jungle. Solo can't duo with anyone unless maybe the jungler you can camp solo, but even then that doesn't mean it's a free win. I think duo and mid and jungle just tend to be way more impactful in terms of camping. Also, this means I can go Phoenix, so I'll do that. Don't mind if I do.
an honorable battle.
Don't forget to get loud!
Yeah, very nice of this guy right here. Big shoutouts to Can't See Hits, because he just kind of gave me a solo for being an idiot and picking something that I shouldn't have picked. And we just win a shit ton duo queuing ADC with your soul buddy. Yeah. I don't think it's bad, because it just simply means you have... When you duo queue with someone who is about your skill level, it means you can rely on another teammate, right? So it's never bad. But I think you have a massive advantage if you're duo queuing with two people who generally work well together on the map. So like mid and jungle and just duo lane, like those two have such a big advantage. And I think in the current meta, solo and jungle also has a pretty big advantage, because being able to invade blue buff every single time with coordination is very, very, very impactful in solo at the moment, because you can snowball so hard in solo. If you get, if you're against someone who you can't fight, they're taking everything. Like the Tiki, the cooldown buff, the snake thing, whatever the fuck it is on the teleporter. You just get so much. Snowballing is so easy in solo. The same thing as an ADC, I guess. Like the shield, and once again the snake lady on the teleporter. It's just so much stuff to take. I think it's more devastating in duo, though. Like, losing blue absolutely sucks for some gods in solo, but it doesn't instantly lose you the lane unless you're someone like Tyr or like Arthur or something like that, right? Because you need the blue buff so badly on some gods. Other gods will just be like, I mean, yeah, that sucks, but I'm only behind in XP. That's the only thing. Blue buff isn't the big difference maker. As an ADC, losing the buff literally now means that you're no longer able to fight back. Like, you just can't fight back. You literally do less damage than them because you don't have the buff.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Enemies in left lane!
Okay.
Might have to be careful here. Jungle is in left somewhere, it seems.
Enemies in right lane!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I tried to flick that.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Did you change your IDs past it? I haven't, no. It should still be the same thing. But maybe you're thinking of a Smite too? I don't know. Because I have obviously played some Smite too, but...
If you fight like a coward, you will die.
Well played, thank you. Finally, I did something. But I'm also in Arthur against a Guan Yu. Pretty much the best warrior at the moment versus the worst. Versus the worst. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Mouth. I shouldn't stay. I'm not equipped to stick around here.
Light yet strong and stylish.
Scylla, same Scylla jungle as well. He's doing the big play, being real annoying, taking the blue buff while the solo is just taking the one last wave before they go to their blue. Happens too often for me as well. And he's playing Guan Yu too. That's one of the gods that kind of really want blue buff.
I will keep watch.
Arthur just has so much shit. You can constantly throw out new stuff with Arthur. You literally have abilities for days. His character is just, he's too strong in a meta where you can keep up with mana usage.
Think I didn't even break a sweat? You will curse this land no longer, foul beast!
Foul beast.
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed! These are truly unfortunate circumstances. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
As all things should be.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
You think you can just pass away like that? Okay, so maybe a little something like that.
It's a weird visual glitch on Guan with his 3. If you dash, and I guess follow it up quickly with your 3, it glitches out visually. It's kind of weird.
Ally has been slain. Enemies at the Cold Fury. On my way. On my way.
Does my shit not go through walls? Literally no one went in. Why? What stopped us from fighting? Everyone is full HP. What an unnecessary death. Fucking hell. If it's a bad call, just say no. Also, what the fuck do you build? I guess I'll go Pred one early. This might be a beats game. No, actually, maybe not. I'll do Thorns. Yeah, my bad, I guess. That's just really, really weird. I'm saying on my way, we definitely can contest. But I also was an idiot thinking my 1 goes through walls, apparently. Doesn't it go through walls? Like, I'm not insane, right? Does it not go through walls? Maybe I'm insane. Spirit Rope? Pretty early for Spirit Rope, isn't it?
If you fight like a coward, you will die like a coward.
Enemy missing one.
Compliments to the chef. Mamma mia, not again! Your right tower is under attack. Enemies incoming middle.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Well, yeah, this is pretty much what I expected. They kind of dominate the duo lane, those two. Part of the blame is on me though. Like, I should have been in the duo lane in this game. I just screwed up.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
I still think we should try and play it out though. Like, we don't have a bad late game comp. I would argue that our late game comp is... well, it's not better, I guess, but... we have some pretty big carries with Scylla and Raijin, not to mention Charybdis.
Light yet strong. And stylish, if I may add.
Tip of the one props pop up on the other side, but not good distance. Yeah, okay, so...
Your right tower has been destroyed.
it might have...
I will keep watch.
Enemies behind us!
Don't stop now.
Enemy spotted.
Save yourself! Save yourself! Attack right lane. Don't drop.
I literally didn't think all 5 was gonna be there, but again, my bad. I have bad positioning this game. My 2 deaths are so unnecessary.
Here you go!
Just bad. I'm trying to make something happen when I shouldn't be trying to make something happen, essentially.
Slow down!
On my way. Attack.
Arthur continues to be a curse for me.
An enemy has been slain. Nice job.
I either just can't play the god, or I play really well in the game, and then we just can't win. I cannot win on this on Arthur. He's actually just my worst win-loss rated god and ranked, I think, at the moment. He doesn't win for me. Now it's a curse. We can't really kill each other anymore. Oh well. We also just don't have any vision. The only vision we had was my one ward on fire. Guan Yu got the triple kill? Dude, some crazy chaosing, holy shit. How does Guan Yu get the kills at all in those situations?
That's too bad. Your left tower has
These are truly unfortunate circumstances.
I'm definitely just getting caught.
your left tower is under attack.
If you fight like a coward, You will die like a coward.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
We can't even defend this. We don't have enough people alive.
You have slain an enemy. Bravo!
Damn. That worked out well though. Yeah. Nothing to take. Biggest step for us at this point now is getting 20. Because they all pretty much got 20s.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Just need a bit more gold.
Fire giant. Enemies incoming.
Enemy spotted!
Your middle tower.
A sharp blade for a sharper mind.
Fucking CC, bro. Fuck me. I thought, when I tried to TP, I thought we were fucking defending. Everyone fucking dipped and I just died because they let me go through. Scylla damage pretty much carrying us through at the moment. Pretty sure Scylla's the only one fully killing people. Oof. We don't have anyone who can kill tanks when Charybdis dies, pretty much. I just cannot get caught. I need to stop getting caught. I'm useful when I'm actually alive.
I will keep watch.
Sadly, I'm just stupid. Alright. What do we think for last item? At this point, I am not really sure. Probably Archsteward, actually, when I'm thinking about it.
You have been slain.
Why me? Also, how did people die again? How did Charybdis die? That one I can't really do anything about. That's just Nesha stuff. And if I'm behind as a frontline, they're just gonna do that. Doesn't even fucking matter. You don't exist if you fall behind as a frontline. Good damage from Kuzenbo. Yeah, I got caught in really stupid ways this game. I played my laning really well. And then I played like an absolute idiot anytime. Anytime I ended up doing team fighting. Why do I hate you, Neo? What did I... which part did I miss? I have read what you said, by the way, even if I didn't read it out loud. Well... Alright, I'll do my one last game. I'm pretty sure I just got baby gamed. Well, shit. Why do I know I've got baby gamed? I'm pretty sure that one of the people... I won't say who, but I'm pretty sure I met a few of these people on my ult. So,
Select your
this
god.
might be a lower game. But I'm also pretty low. I'm obviously not gonna... I'm gonna expect baby games when I am as low as I am right now, because holy fuck. I am low. Well, if this is a baby game, I don't want to deal with Akwang.
Pick your god.
What are we thinking, guys?
Lancelot.
I know what I'm thinking. I can't be asked to play warriors today. Or anymore today, I should say. Another name dodged. Oof. Hello, Meisen. Good to see you. The double Freya Alquang bands. It's gonna be a lot of shit open. I got baby gamed. I'm suddenly top pick. This doesn't bode well. I think when I get baby gamed, I might have to swap to ADC. Or if my elo gets too low. At least as ADC, as long as I can stay even or ahead, I might be able to carry the game. It's so fucking hard to carry a solo, man. I might be the only one thinking that. But as a solo, you generally need some kind of backup. You might be able to kill one of their backliners, and then what? Your whole team's dead. I can't kill their whole team as a solo. Unless I pick something like, I don't know, full crit Vamana. Yeah, I could do the damage solo. I was thinking about it. I mean, technically that's what I'm doing now. I won't be building full damage though. I don't think I can. Not into their comp. Is this a Mulan or a Baron? Could go either way, I guess. I guess it could even be a Tiamat. Suppose I'll see. I don't really recognize these names. Yeah, I got baby gamed, Gabu. I did. My elo is very low. We had a big losing streak yesterday. Yeah, either way, this will definitely be my last game. Also, I think I recognize the Fenrir. Well, I do recognize the Fenrir, I just don't know where from. Which is either very good or very bad.
I will always be there to answer my mighty call.
Gotta do shifters. Honestly, give me Baron. Give me the Baron, don't give me Mulan. Mulan is gonna be so annoying. Unless Mulan screws up early, then Mulan's gonna be very easy. It depends.
Our determination will bring us victory.
I think I have to. Do we instant cast this? Do we just accept... Well, do I just accept my fate and go full instant cast here? Yes. I guess I have to. My ass is telling me I've been sitting too much today. Sit straight, people. Don't fuck up your back. Don't end up like Gollum, who played too many PC games. Sitting bad.
Okay.
Thanks. The wait on buffs is so long sometimes. When you're counting every single second.
Minions have
Me.
Come and face me. Rushing onward.
With hanging upon my lips.
It's not my day. It's not my day, guys. It's not my day. I need help. I'm getting owned in the baby game.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
enemy missing.
Be careful. Enemy missing.
This is truly a bad day for ranked for me. Mulan is also one of the worst ones I think I could meet. What are we doing here?
Ally has been
I don't know why she's just standing around. Clear the wave and do your thing. I can't stop you.
Two meatballs is better than one.
Your left tower is under attack.
Come and face me.
Mulan honestly is one of the worst things to meet, I think, as Lance. Because she just has that instant gap closer that Lance doesn't like. I don't want to stay close to them. I want to poke a bit and then go away. Mulan does this in a very, very annoying way. Yes. Thank you for the demonstration. Exactly like that. So fucking annoying.
Me. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
That's the TP back.
Enemy missing. Ultimate is ready.
Mamma mia, not again. You so
Gang,
good.
retreat.
You do good.
Gang.
You do good. Enemy missing left. Wow. Compliments to the chef.
Your left tower is under
I have to stay until I can TP back. I cannot risk losing any more XP. That's fine.
Retreat! Be careful left.
Time to ride, old friend.
That's all I needed.
There is wisdom in defensive tactics.
Exactly, yeah. The problem with Mulan is she's gonna instant, very, very easy to hit CC. In a case where I need to stay on my fucking horse and she can just instantly cancel it. Mulan is one of the worst matchups I could have possibly met. I haven't met a Mulan all day. And then this happens when I pick something strange.
Enemy ultimate down.
It also wouldn't have been as bad if it wasn't because I screwed up, right? Me screwing up made this so much worse. And I'm incredibly lucky they aren't just invading me on cooldown. Because they could. Literally nothing would like, I can't stop them. So I'll take the little I am getting right now. Like, all things considered, I'm not that far behind. In gold I definitely am, but in XP it's really not that bad.
Rushing onwards. Come and face me. Sharp as an icicle.
Face me!
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone. Okay.
Rusty steed! Enemy missing left.
Okay. Enemy missing middle. Tower is under attack.
Words!
Right tower is under attack.
I will be sure to use this in the battle. Time to ride, old friend.
Well, even if it wasn't going shit in my lane, everyone else is quite tilted. So, Rama now taking our jungle buffs. Wheelix obviously is gonna get tilted from this. What's Mulan building anyway? Jesus Christ. She's building protection. That's what she's building.
An enemy has been slain.
I have you now.
I am salty that this is what I met.
Face me!
This is what stops me from playing spice picks. Because I always meet the worst fucking possible matchup when I go for anything spice these days. I go Hippo and someone's gonna pick Fenrir. That's great.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that. Words! Step back!
Enemies in left lane.
Yes.
On my way. Attack.
Fuck it. Let's make something happen.
Face me! Together we strike at the heart of evil! From the heavens!
Come and face me.
Yeah, I mean, we're not winning this one. We just don't have any damage. Like, Kukulkan missed everything, at least from what it looked like. And, yeah.
Your middle tower.
Time to ride.
Rama is ahead. Yeah, that's true. Rama is picking up some good stuff here. Alright, I'm just gonna horse, because then I can back and upgrade my soul eater here. That's the thing. I don't think this game is like an instant loss or anything like that.
Your middle tower is under attack. I'll get what's left.
Like carving through snow. Rushing onward. I have you now. So cold.
Enemy missing.
Nice.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Be seen here. Face me.
Well,
I fall with her name.
that was a weird interaction. My one went off, I lost the mana for it, then the mana came back, and I don't know what the fuck that was. This is definitely a beats game for me, I think. Actually no, I don't really, whatever. I don't give a shit. Let me grab some more protection though.
Enemy missed Rusty Steed. Buon appetito.
Classic.
Come and face me. Like carving through snow.
I thought her thing was down, so I just horsed. Sometimes you just can't horse.
Rushing onward.
Face me. Time to rise.
Stop horsing! I'm an idiot with my horse timing. Alright, are you done here?
Enemy missing left.
I'm gonna let these creeps die.
An enemy has been slain. Forwards.
Turn to base. Is ready.
You think you can just passed away like that?
I will just farm, because with lands, I will be a problem for their backline going into late game, so... If I can just make sure that I don't fall super far behind, I should be good.
Come and face me.
Dude, every time.
Rushing onward. Come and face me. Walk my flame.
At the heart of evil.
She never even
My
ulted.
life is all but spent.
Your left tower is under attack.
Is she fucking wall hacking? What is this bullshit?
Old friend.
Oh no, she just went for the wave. Alright, I was like, how the fuck?
Out of mana.
Ultimate is ready. Be careful left. Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted. Stay back.
Your left tower is on my way.
Out of mana.
Classic. I'm just fucking dead. I just wanted to get the blue buff so I could maybe help out and regen some mana back. Damn, Mulan almost died. Once again, I need to just fucking farm. But now my waves have been taken. This sucks. Rama is definitely our only hope at this point. I don't think Kukulkan is playing bad, it's just Kukulkan just on paper is unreliable, so when it like a good Kukulkan ult and like he's golden.
Destroyed the pyramid.
Enemy missing.
Fenrir being really far ahead is also obviously a problem.
Face me. Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Fuck it. I am just gonna rotate. This could end up being a good fight if they keep chasing.
On my way. Okay, some maybe. Pushing for a champion.
Rushing onward.
Face me. From the heavens.
I have you now. Come and face me. There is still so much.
Time to go farm. Well, Mulan is dead. I can catch up, team. Quick. I really went for the Fenrir though. Getting the shutdown kill with Fenrir would have been gigantic. But I just don't do enough damage at the moment to finish him off. Alright, same level. Progress.
Another artifact from the Lady of the Lake.
An enemy has been slain. Wow, he must have choken on the meatball.
Damn, I really wanted that kill.
Enemies incoming. Enemies incoming.
Dude, can you just...
I'll attack left lane.
Enough. I'm going back left. Fuck this.
Tactical fury. Help! Be right back. Rusty steed. The power that resides within these creatures is remarkable. Enemy missile left.
Incoming. Enemies incoming.
Cover and feed. On my way. Time to ride, old friend.
Ally has been slain. Come back again.
Rushing onward.
Rama is indeed tilted. I'm always out of mana. That's my fucking problem in this game.
There is wisdom in defensive tactics.
I'm thinking. Guys, what the fuck do I build on Lance? Is there like an item that's good for him, or do I just build the normal shit?
Friend.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The light casts out the shadows.
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Our way has destroyed the pyramid. On my way. Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. An enemy has been slain.
Everyone is so tanky, I hate it. Their mages fucking Tiamat.
Come and face me.
Next time, I'm sure.
Are we playing more of this? No, not really. I think it's probably my last game. It's getting pretty late. And I'm getting fed up with this game.
Okay, some, maybe a little salt be hurt some.
I just don't know what's good on Lance. I didn't think of a build before picking this, so I don't know what I should be building. Honestly, maybe even damage, because I don't do any fucking damage. Though, even though, like, that guy's a tank, so, you know. Also, getting blue stone is going to help quite a bit.
Enemy spotted. Here. Attack. We need war. Attack. Enemies in right lane. War. Attack. Your right tower. Your right tower has been destroyed. Attack. Fire giant. Enemies in right lane. Attack.
It's not a good call.
Like, you'll just fade.
mighty lance.
God damn.
Enemy spotted.
Alright, come on, run down. I want to be part of this. Just a little bit. But no. No, you cannot be a part of this.
Out of honor.
I should be able to start doing something now, at least. Alright. I don't have that much protection. Damn, I don't know. I kind of built something where I'm just... I don't build this much. And everyone is so tanky.
Lady of the lake.
I'm gonna go for Archdruid
Time to
for a
ride.
bit of a mix. So I still get a bit more tanky, but at least I get some kind of defensive option with me. Or as offensive option, I should say. Just...
Beckons for a champion.
Man, we really don't have any damage without Rama, huh?
The light casts out the shadows. Time to ride. Friend. Time to ride, old friend.
Yeah, my build sucks. It's either my build sucks or they're just all really tanky. Like, legitimately. Every single one is a fucking tank. Which they kind of are.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
I don't damage the tanks like even a little bit. Obviously lack of pen as well, but that's so silly. We wouldn't have won this without Rommel. Rommel played really well, but he was also a bit of a whiner. Yeah, the thing is, Fallen, this is kind of a low elo game. And I played like shit, so it's not like I was on... I fit right in. Today has been weird. I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore. Oh my god. No, now I think next time I play lands, I need to figure out a better build. Crit builds are definitely doing some nutty damage, especially in someone like Rama. Building of some Wukong, surely. Oh shit. Yeah, no, I think if a tank lands is still good. I think the problem though with a tank lands is if you meet a comp like I just did. Dude, every one of them is a fucking tank outside of the ADC. Tiamat is so fucking tanky. Because I don't actually think you build him literally like a Wukong. I think you need more damage than I built, for sure. I didn't do a whole lot of damage. This was stupid. But I also just met, like, Lance. Or not Lance, Mulan. Mulan is arguably the worst thing I could meet. Playing Lance. I remember doing it myself. I remember meeting a Lance when I played Mulan when she was at her best. You literally can't do anything. Even if she kind of plays kind of meh, as long as she lands her 3 when you're horse, you can't do anything. And you can't exactly juke very well on the horse. So you have one ability that gets completely negated. It's like playing a Guan Yu matchup when they can always interrupt your 3. It's the same kind of shit. One of your abilities is just completely negated, and I hate it. It's super annoying. Yeah, Tank Lance is fine. Tank Lance is definitely fine. Like, it definitely does better against comps that have a more squishy backline. Because I could kill Mulan. Or not Mulan. Medusa. Jesus Christ. I am tired. I would kill Medusa just fine. But Tiamat was too tanky for me to actually kill. But I also kind of lacked in magical protection. Because all I had was a Shifters and a Spirit Rope. That's all the magical protection I had. Which is not a lot. Yeah, you can reset your horse when you're old. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, Mulan killing me wasn't the thing. She wasn't really killing me. I fucked up once at level 3, like I always do. At this point, it's a tradition. I have to fuck up at level 2 or level 3. So I fucked up at that time, as usual. But otherwise, like after that, she didn't kill me. She was obviously harassing me, but I wasn't dying anymore. But yeah. Yeah, his 1v1 definitely isn't as strong as some of the other junglers. That's true. Anyway, guys. As mentioned, I will more than likely not stream tomorrow. I'm going to the cinema with my brothers. So no stream tomorrow. But I'll be back on Sunday. If all goes according to plan. So, yeah. Thank you guys, as always. I really fucking appreciate it. And, yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Bye!